Hello, everybody. We are going to kick off some dwarves here. I did a lot of work, testing things this week since our last stream, figuring out minecarts. They still surprise me a lot of the time, and I don't know the complicated systems, but we're closer to being able to do at least say, hey, we bring the minecart down and we dump it where we want it to dump situation. So, crossing fingers, we can make this work the way we want to. So I'm gonna come back up here and we're gonna see how this works. Let me adjust my screen really quick. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to remove this route so we forget about it. And I am going to have them just go ahead and dump all of the corpse stuff that I have here, and we'll switch it to being loaded from the loot we've gathered. But so we're going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 ramps. So from my testing and what I found on the wiki, I made up a little spreadsheet here, and we're going down 12. And then we need to have it so slow before we go down the next one. And what I'm not quite absolutely sure on yet is the corners, because they do seem to provide additional slowing, but not necessarily matching what the wiki says. So we're gonna have to adjust this a little as we go. Let's say 12 there, 0 there. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 corners. And we want to get it down. How slow? Like 6 of those. So based on what I'm seeing, we probably need something close to 6 high friction track stops here. 1, 2, and we have one over there. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6. Now if that's not right, we can change one of those to like a medium, or just to a non-existent once we're going, if the cart stops without going on to the new spot, or various things. So with 6, then that slows me down to, theoretically, I think about 14,670. This is where it's not going to be exact because I don't understand the corner situation yet. And then we're picking up speed as we go back down. 1. And how many high friction stops? We've got 1, 2, 3, like 4 corners. And I think I'm counting corners as a little too much friction, but I'd rather have that, and then we can take out some of the stops if need be. So let's add in 1 high friction stop, which is not needed, but we'd rather have extra than not enough. Okay, toss that in. Then we're going back down. All right, let me move this over. 5560. We're going to be a little bit of an engineering game here for a moment. 1, 2, 2 more downs. And the next time we do a system like this, we'll take this all into account when we're building it, which should work so much better. 1, 2, 3, 4 corners. And we went down 1 and we have no stop. So that should bring us up to 6450. Then we'll go down again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how a ramp on a corner works, but we will figure it out. Let's put in 2, let's say 3 high friction stops here. Construction, track stop, high friction. 1, 2, 3. This is where that one of those definitely might wind up being extra. 8,680. 1, 2, 3. 3 more down. And then we've got 1 corner. And how many high friction do we need? At least, let's say 1. Throw that in. So then we'll build this all up. We'll send it down. We'll find out where it's still stopping prematurely, and is there anywhere that it's dumping its cargo. And then fix those up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have 2 corners theoretically, it seems like. Let's put in 3 high friction stops. We do have an injured citizen somewhere. I'm guessing that's from a previous minecart injury, but I'm not totally sure on that. Okay. Now we're back up to 14,580 theoretically on speed. I know those aren't really right. For one thing, according to the wiki, it's not really per tile, it's per tick. And I don't know how to do that part yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more down. 1 corner. And then let's say 2 high friction, maybe 3 high friction stops. Because it's easier to change one of these later to medium or no friction than it is to have to come back and build a full stop. That brings us down to 830. 1, just 1, 0 and 2, up to 10, 9, 2, 0. Oh wait, we do have 1 right there, but it's set to no friction. Any others? Does not look like it. 1 stop, no corners. Let's add in a high friction stop. And then that has us all the way, like that's a prime one that might wind up as just a medium friction stop. 1, 2, 2 down, 2 corners, and maybe a high friction. Let's say no high friction. 590. 1, 0. We'll add in a high friction. Part of what also would still be a little off is each actual track space does add some friction, but it's really tiny, basically negligible. I mean, if you've got a long enough ramp, you'll add some, but I am not throwing that in, so I'm slightly off no matter what. 2, 3, 4, 5. 8, 4, 8, 0, and 5. 1, 2, 3 corners. Let's say 1 high friction place. No, 2 high friction places. Do we have any already built? Does not look like it. So let's throw in a track stop and another one. And then 1, 2, 3 down to here. 9930. I think I said 3. 1, 2, 3 on there. How many was that? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we do need to add probably a little more friction up here. I think theoretically, let's see, if we added in 1, no, what do I have? I was adding in too high friction. Is that right? I think that's right. We'll see how that goes. That will take them a little while to set up, but not too long. We're going to make this a furniture stockpile that only accepts minecarts. So somebody will probably move this one off the track and then we'll move it on. I know when I was doing my testing, I had some instances where they wouldn't come push the minecart because it had gotten messed up on that. But if I moved it over to stockpile and then back, then suddenly they're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to push this down the ramp. You are seriously injured. Are you from the minecart? Compound fracture of the left foot. That sounds like a minecart injury. Lots of evaluations. Ooh, I wonder if that's all from the evil rain, because that is a lot of evaluations. Not quite every day, but close to it. We are on an evil map. We are not reanimating. We are having melodrous slime rained on us. Oh yeah, they're waiting on a traction bench that we were failing to ever build for some reason. It acts like we should be able to build it, but I don't know if it's registering all of our silver tables that are going down to our tavern or not. I'm going to actually get rid of these. That should swamp us with tables and thrones, because we do have our nice tavern down here now. It needs a bunch more tables and chairs, but it is fully functional. So we're going to let them continue on that. Later on, I'll do like a pattern here in the glass, maybe bring in the green glass and do a pattern. I'd like, if I could draw it well enough, but that's going to be a big thing, is to do like a skull image, since we are the RagBone fortress belonging to the corridor of brains. But I'm not sure I trust my artistic ability to pull off that a skull sketch here in the glass. We'll see. Okay, let's check how they are doing on those minecart stops. Which of them have we gotten built, and are we still waiting on any of them? Those are built. That's all built. Doesn't look like I put anything on this one. So we'll check these all out, and then we'll send our next test ramp down there. And I'm actually going to send the cart down empty at first, just to see if it actually gets through all the way. And then we'll load it up, and we'll see if it winds up dumping its cargo anywhere. Okay, I think all of the track stops are now built. Checking. And yes, I did do the entire track out of constructed and not carved. I forgot carved were a thing, but I'm actually happy with it because I like the look of the constructed so much more. But yes, totally a waste of material. So let's add another stop. And then we're going to say push south. Could click on the right thing. Push off south immediately, always, because we're not going to wait for it to be loaded. And then go down, assuming you get down here. Actually, I'm not going to add in a second stop because I want to see where it ends up. So let's go up here, add a minecart to this, and then we're going to follow this minecart and see where it gets stuck. Crossing fingers. Because once we've got it successfully making its way through, and then we'll load it up with some crap, push it back down, and see if any of the places where it goes from a ramp to a straightaway or curved to a ramp, then it's dumping anything on that secondary ramp. That's where it seems to dump at about a speed of, I don't know, 19,500, not well below the derailing speed. Okay, we did run into a stop, so let's say we put this one only at medium. How much farther did we have to go down? 3. So that's not too bad. We'll try that again. Then you guys follow that. They should just come grab it and carry it back up. But that actually got... We've still got, let's see, 8, 9, 10, like 11 levels to go, but that got most of the way down here. So assuming it could do that and wasn't dumping all of its gear, we are in business. Now our poor little dwarf will ponderously walk all the way back up. But at least it's a empty minecart, so it's pretty light. In my testing, I was having to like watch them carry fully loaded minecarts up like 50 levels, and that got very tedious. Okay, and what else is going on in the fortress? It's late summer. We've already traded with the humans. We should have our people arriving before too long. And I'm hopeful they would have reported back with the last caravan that we'd crossed the 150,000 mark. No, the 1.5 million mark on created wealth. So I am somewhat hopeful that we will be getting promoted to a barony now. But we'll see. Okay, so unloaded, the cart makes it all the way through. So let's change this up. Well, you be working on that because it'll take a little while for you to carry it up. Let's add in that you're going to take from here. You're going to push off when you've got at least 20, let's see, at most 25%. We'll just say that. I want you to grab weapons, ammo, let's see, armor, finished goods. Anything else? I don't think so. Basically, we want them to grab all of the goblin loot and throw it in there. Okay. We're down to only one guy that's super cranky, so things are looking up. Follow you back up here. And now we'll figure out where we have to add in a little more friction because our cart is dumping loot. Or I will be amazingly overwhelmed with joy because it's not. But I sincerely doubt that. Oh wait, crap. You didn't load anything up. What are you doing? That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Why did you not... Oh. Change that to at least. There we go. Okay, well, we'll have to take that back up again and then load it up. So, what else were we doing in the fortress? We've got Forgotten Beast fighting troglodytes. We're still raining malodorous slime outside, which is a-okay. Horror squads. We are fully decked out. That way. Oh, no, we're missing some people, so let's do Ranged potential, not in the other squads. And anyone else? That's our legendary gem cutter, so I keep not wanting to use him and save him, but we might throw him in there at one point. What are we equipping the melee squads with now? Melee. Let's see, iron. I'm just saying metal armor though, and I'm trying to be good about making them melt down any like copper or stuff. We just want iron or steel, which I guess I could have them. We need to kick our steel production into high gear, actually. I don't think I have them doing that yet. We've got iron, and we're not making pig iron as far as I know, so let's kick that off. Pig. No, we're only processing pigtails. So, pig iron, make pig iron bars, and then steel. I should have had them working on stockpiling steel bars for a while. Let's make... No, don't go up on that. Make 5 of these whenever pig iron bars is less than, say, 50. Iron bars is greater than 30. Flex boulders is greater than 10. Refined coal is greater than 30. Sure. Steel bars, make 4 at a time. We'll set it 1 less than the pig iron. Steel bars is less than 50. No, less than 100. Iron bars is greater than 30. Pig iron bars is greater than 5. And flux boulders are, let's say, greater than 10 is fine. And then refined coal, we should be pretty okay on refined coal since we've got all the magma smelters set up. That will take a lot less. And then if we didn't have magma smelters set up, hopefully. Okay, we are loading, or no, we have the minecart up here. And now we need to be loading it. Oh, and then I'm going to set stop 2 as this one. And when we get here, we want to push off east immediately, always. This route is going to be called loot. And then we want another stop that is over here. That is, let's see, guide north immediately, always. So that theoretically takes us back upstairs. Who cannot? Oh, one of the Forgotten Beast is having pathing issues. Wonder why I don't see any smoke. What are you trying to path through? That is a lot of trees down there. Oops. Go back up this way. Best thing they added to that recent patch. Very, very handy. Okay, we'll follow that for a little while. And come on, guys. You can push off the minecart. We're well over 25%. Okay, let me do this. We're gonna go back to at most. No, that's probably gonna mess it up. Go push off my minecart, people. I didn't really want you to load everything in there. It's gonna make it hard to test. We're up to almost 40,000 dwarf bucks worth of loot just sitting up here. Come on, guys. Push the cart. Why Why are you not pushing the cart? Let's change this to just push off south. Immediately, always. See if someone comes and triggers that now. There we go. I don't think we've dumped... Oh, we dumped stuff right there. Okay. So... right here, we apparently need to be going slower. Can we add... Question is, how much slower do we need to go? So let's add in a full high friction stop right there. We're going to cancel this route and have them take everything back upstairs, at least as far as the cart goes. Unfortunately, I think we're out of loot, so further testing might have to wait till our next siege. Because I don't know if they will take that loot back upstairs or not. No, Kia, stop stealing my stuff. You jerks. Come work on this spot. How are... Ooh, I can tear down the rest of this tavern. So let's say tear all that down. That's just smoothed, actually. So mine this out. That door can be removed. Why do we have... I don't know what we were storing over there at some point. That's weird. Our blessed little yak is still sitting over here. I think he's gonna die at some point, but I haven't gotten the notice that he's starving yet. We'll see if that ever comes around. Forge iron greaves has been done. Forge pair of iron gauntlets. Nice. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye out for the message about steel, and then once we have some steel racked up, we'll set off the work orders for that as well. Okay. Minecart is back up here. So add a new route. We're going to start here. We're going to push south. I am going to set it to 25% again, just so they load something into there. We're going to take from this stockpile. Oh, I think they brought everything back to this stockpile. Ammo. Nope. Ammo. Armor and weapons and finished goods. And let's call this that cart. And we'll see if it gets all the way down to the bottom. Once they've loaded it part way, I'm going to switch it to push immediately. Like that. Then we're going to follow this thing. And we'll see if it loses its crate here. Hopefully not. That would be amazing. Come on. Push it. Push it. Nope, you didn't need to keep loading it. You're supposed to push it. Haven't dumped it yet. Oh, there we dumped. But we got quite a bit of the way down here on that time. So we've got one high, one high. I don't think I can actually add another one there. That's upward. So I'd have to do it up here. Let's add... I'm gonna add a second high friction. That might be too much. We might wind up stopping right there, but I think it'll be okay. And then where is our minecart? Minecart. Where are you going? You are still sitting down here. Okay. This will help us immensely after the next siege, when we can just load up a minecart, push it down, grab all the loot and the corpses, toss them into either the smelter or the magma, or sell them. Okay, now, are you loading it back up? Yes. So, change this to push off south immediately, always. Yes. Okay. Push it off. Come on. You're just making more work for yourself if this doesn't actually get all the way back up here. Push my little minecart. I love seeing the little dwarves that are wearing the face masks that look like little ninjas. It's glorious. Though they're grabbing those face masks, but they're coming from the goblins. Like, we aren't making those. So I'd really rather be melting those down for iron. Okay. Wait, that dumped. But we got pretty dang close. Where was that? That was on 4 to 3. Let's change this one to a high friction. And go again. Did the minecart keep going? No. Minecart then stopped at this one. So we'll go ahead and change it to medium. Might have to add in another medium there. Medium track stops count as 500 friction, and the high friction ones count as 10,000 friction, according to the wiki. And I am going off what the wiki says. I don't know if it's actually accurate. But I feel like, from what I saw, somebody had done some serious studies on it at some point. And I'm thinking on our next fort, I might actually try... Wait, we've already had a Kia that stole not this Imush, which we're pretty sure is just a named weapon, or named something. Not an artifact. Maybe that was when we were having the crashes? I don't know, which I think I figured out. I did a graphics card update since then, and once I did that, I haven't had another crash. I probably just jinxed myself, knocking on wood. But that is the hope. And change this to 25. Where's our minecart? Uh-oh. Wait, why are you here? I don't know why it got stopped right there. I'll have to watch this again. Definitely had gone past that point earlier, so No reason it should have been stopped right there. Change this to push off south immediately, always. And let's follow you. Still going. Still got all our... we dumped our stuff. But we did get lower. So we need to slow down going into this. I don't think it was slow down a lot. So let me say I will put in a high friction one there, and we'll see. That might be too much. Put that on priority build, and then we'll send them back up. But we are so close. And at least 3 of these levels at the end are just the final, like, drop down. So, crossing fingers, we only have another 2 or 3 attempts at this, and then we are good to go. Okay, change this one back to win at least 25%. Follow the minecart. Okay. Yeah, that's one of those little dwarves that's got the face mask on and looked like a little ninja. He's so cute. Or she, I don't know. Boosteth Berkefed was a clothier. We'll see. On our next fort, though I do want to keep going on RagBones for a while. On our next fort, kind of considering doing one where we don't have like iron at the beginning and we have to get it from, like, we have to make weapons out of copper or something. We have to get through our first siege and then be smelting down from the goblins. To be determined, but that's currently an idea I am playing around with. Okay, change this back to always. And then push off. Oh, we are in an ad break. I missed that starting. Avoiding minecarts. Yeah, I had... the only thing I had used them for before this was just like the push down into a little valley of lava. It comes up the other side, and then you manually carry it somewhere and dump out to set up some like magma smelters. But I've got a particularly deep fort this time. So whenever we have a goblin siege, we're left with a whole bunch of corpses and loot just up here on the surface. And having my guys manually walk up and down to carry each item or body one by one. And then the reason I want to carry the bodies down and drop into the lava is that we are on an evil biome. So I'm trying to not have them have to like drop all the corpses out where they might get rained on by the Melodrous slime. But I also don't have a good like straight shot down that I could just dump them somewhere and have them fall into a giant pile at the bottom. So I've been working my way through this. If I thought about it at the beginning, I would have done it differently. But we're learning. Slowly but surely, we are learning. And ad break is over now. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome to the chat. Magnus card declined. Huh, interesting. And I totally went on a whole thing about minecarts during that ad, and I have no idea if you were there to hear it or not. But anyway, this is my first kind of, other than using minecarts for just scooping up some lava, this is my first attempt, and we are figuring it out. Went through, I've spent many an hour off stream now testing and trying to understand stuff on the wiki. I still don't get like the fancy systems like impulse cards and all of that and the checkpoint thing. No idea how to make that work, but we might do that eventually. Right now, I'm just trying to get it to go down a ramp without dumping its cargo. And yet getting all the way to the bottom. And we're getting very close. Okay, it did dump there, and we might have just crashed into dwarves. So I don't think that one actually counts. I think I still had people in here, and they just crashed into it. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. My bad. Sorry, little guys. So, you guys go load back up. And please clear the tracks. Let's not play on the train, on the cart tracks. Yep, seriously injured. He got struck by the minecart. I am sorry, Dwarven Child. I hope I didn't just make you into a future psychopath reliving trauma. Hey, Jelly Jiggler, welcome back. We had gone down to elevation like 0 on our attempt before then, so I'm pretty sure that was us accidentally running over a small dwarven child with a minecart. Messed that one up. Oh, now he's dead. Or did we kill one and maim the other? Is that what happened? Did we hit 2 of them? I feel bad. But also, Darwinism, if you go play on a train track, you're asking to be hit. Let me see if I should probably make this whole train track system a avoid going here if possible, or however you want to term this condition, this pathing. And I've got a nice guild hall set up for them with toys in it, but they're just like, no, let's go play on the minecart system. Which, to be fair, does sound more fun. I don't think this will actually do anything for them, but maybe. Okay. What else do we have going on here? We're down to level 17. Where was it? We hit the child at like level 5, I think. Pretty sure. Dropping down a little more. And then we'll set this off again. And hopefully it will be right, because we are due up for another siege, and I really don't want to have to manually cart stuff down again. Okay, we do have an iron pick sitting there on like elevation 0. Yeah, we've still got loot on elevation 0. So let's try not to set off the minecart for at least a little bit. We gotta clear the tracks. I might be falsely accusing the children. They might have literally just been there to cart loot away, and I am accusing them of playing instead. So we are going to unequip the minecart and see how this goes. We'll wait until that track has been cleared and then do this again. Whew. Oh, stretching. Why do I have a network error over there? Weird. Okay. Yep, come on guys, clear the track. I don't want to kill any more of you on accident. I think we have, in all of our minecart testing in RagBones, we have so far killed 2 and maimed 2. Dwarven Child is fighting. Yeah, those are the ones that got hit by the minecart. Okay. Hey, Carbo. Welcome. We are working on our minecart system here. We sadly did just murder a dwarven child on accident, but we're getting better. And thank you for the follow. Comic Song? Maybe? Let me know how you want me to pronounce that. Come on, guys. Come grab the last of this loot. I feel a little bad the way I have it set up. They are currently carting this loot all the way back up to the surface. But it does make it where I then have fresh things to test. Because we ran out of corpses. So now we are testing this on loot. Aww. We've got another angsty dwarven child stumbling around. That might be one of the ones we hit with a minecart. Yeah, we killed that one though. Okay. But everything else is going pretty well. We've got our bedrooms, I believe, all done. Yes, bedrooms are done. We were just tearing down our old tavern to start working on the new one. Comics, that makes sense. Comic Sans. Totally makes sense. And then we have a Cobalt Thief, I think. And we finished our Lava Tavern. Other than we're still adding in like some more tables, chairs, and I do want to come in here with some green glass and see if I can make something that kind of looks like a green skull with lava eyes. See if that works. We've got our little Lump Helmet Man mascot here who has become a valued member of the fortress. He's up to being a legendary weaponsmith, actually. And then we are almost done putting in our gold floor. Though I'm going to come back and do designs or something in this. I don't know yet. Maybe with some blue, with some microcline. And we do need to mine out all the way around this, which I think I'm going to have them go ahead and start. I am hopeful that we are soon to become the barony, but I'm not sure on that. I'm playing on economy hard mode, and man, that is really set back the timeline for becoming a barony, which I like. It makes you work for it. It's not just oh, you became a moderately wealthy dwarfhold and then you're suddenly a noble. No. You've got to be successful. But we will dig all of this out and then come around with some pretty stone or metal, to be determined, and make a nice matching wall. So let me grab the rest of this, and then we'll see if the track has been cleared, and we can go test the minecart again. Yeah, that should work. That is all in the burrow. Brewing, that's just a Cobalt Thief. I'm not caring about that. Okay. Have we cleared? I believe it was at level 0. No, we still have a little bit of loot here. Tried streaming a little, but can't force myself to speak. It does get hard to talk to a monitor alone in the room. It is so much easier when there are people in the chat actually chatting. I mean, lurkers are very welcome, but it is admittedly much easier to have someone that you are chatting with. And then I play Vintage Story as well, and I try to mostly stream that when some of my community members are also playing, so that I have someone I'm playing with that I am talking to as well. That helps a lot. And it just kind of depends on the game as well. Some are easier than others. Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment. And I know then when I'm just playing by myself, I like say nothing whatsoever. Okay, guys. Come on. Who are you? No, that's the Forgotten Beast are fighting. We do have quite a collection of Forgotten Beasts building up in the cavern. But they occasionally run into each other, and one of them dies every now and then. Okay, that's all of that stack. So I think that is everything, and we can go back to the surface and set this up once again. Let's assign a minecart. They should just bring this one over, which is still loaded up with loot. That's nice. They don't unload the loot from the minecart. So we'll see. We'll load this up. We'll push it off. And assuming no one is standing in the middle of our mine track, we'll see if this goes down and delivers where we want it to. Welcome, Sanctum Spirit Stone, or Sanctum Spirit Stone. We are having some fun with figuring out dwarven minecarts. It's going much better now. The last stream got a little painful I was trying to figure it out from scratch. Whereas this stream, I've at least gone and spent a fair amount of time studying the wiki. And doing some testing of my own. Okay, let's push this off, guys. No, change that to always. To make sure they do it right away. I do have this Forgotten Beast down there that keeps having pathing issues that I'm not sure why, because it's not smoke, so I don't know what's causing his pathing issues. Yeah, we have accidentally killed 2 and maimed 2 so far in all of our testing. Though to be fair, the first 2, I was still playing with the whole having them ride the minecart. I've given up on that. We're not doing that. Because in my alone testing, even when I figured out how to not, like, splatter them, they were still hopping out of the minecart at times early. Oh, we almost got here. Okay, we needed to go just a little slower right before the end, it looks like. That is easy to do. Are these both on? Those are... There's not one over there. So let's add one more. Which I don't think it was going that fast. I'll put in a high friction stop. If it's too much, we'll bump that down to medium. I really wish the gradient was a little more shifted to the top, like your low stop has like 10 friction, then 500 friction, and then it's all the way up to 10,000 friction. So the balance seems a little off. 25%. Shouldn't take them too long to pick up all those. But just to be safe, I am going to say unassign the minecart. So we don't, again, accidentally run someone over. Okay. Slowly getting rid of all these. Why are your iron warhammers in there? That I'm not sure of. I think I've got... That might be my only weapon storage, actually. Let's see, let's put in... This is all weapons. And all armor. And all ammo. But then there are a couple that we want to feed this to. So this is a meltable one. So feed this, or give to there for meltable weapons. And does that have meltable armor as well? Yes. So any armor that's not adamantine, iron, or steel, we are automatically melting. And it'll go in this stockpile and then get triggered for automatic melting. Same thing with the weapons. We are making copper bends because we have a noble that's obsessed with bends. And let's see, bolts. Any bolt or anything other than adamantine iron and steel bolts. Pretty much. I think we've got some backup ones too. What is this? That might be the same. I think that's the same stockpile, actually. Yeah. Okay. And it can also give to... Where's my old clothing? Old clothing. Old clothing. And then we're gonna have to figure out if there's any... what our supply of, like, metal finished goods coming down this pipeline is gonna be. Might have to go dump some of those. Okay, almost done carting things away. We're attached to an iron warhammer. We're okay with that. Okay, this was our old tavern area. But now we need to make a proper doctor's hall. Let's see, 14. Why do we not have a door on our guild hall? I don't care which door. 14 by 15, and this one is an 11. So let's do a floor. Kind of want to do a different colored floor. What all are we doing? Just jet. Let's do out of jet. And let's say up 1 and over 1. 11. No, it should be 14 by 14, I want to say. What is this? No, you are not 14 by 14. What am I doing? You are... Oh, that's 14. That's 15. Okay. Over this way. I'm gonna go one more because I want to get away from this side over here with the staircase. Let's see, built and planned. Take that out. Construction floor jet. Put that in and that. No, I'm gonna have to come down here and recount. I haven't done these in a while and I've forgotten how I was doing my floors. But let's get the minecart going on its last test because I want that system running. And then we'll come back and work on that. Okay, we've got the leather quivers, which you guys can use those. We do have a bunch of mark dwarves. What else do we have here? Have we still not made that traction bench? What is the holdup, people? I have literally tables sitting around here that you can use. I definitely should have ropes. Where are we storing those? Not in clothing. That's bags. Leather goods. Where am I storing rope? Chains or rope? What are you called in the stock menu? You are called chains. Yeah, I've got rope. And then we needed a mechanism. I've got those. Somewhere around here. Where are my mechanisms? You're not a mechanist shop. I know I'm making mechanisms. Or I was making them. Did I get rid of my mechanism shop? I've got mechanisms, but where? Places. Workshops. Do we still have a mechanist shop? No. What the heck? Okay, rebuild that, guys. Mechanisms. Microcline, please. Build that. But I have mechanisms lying around, so that shouldn't be what's actually keeping you from making it. I'm just saying greater than 1. Do we make the track bench at the mechanism place? I bet that's what we're doing. Yeah, and then they couldn't make it because they didn't have the proper workshop. That makes sense. Okay, please go make... Yes, there it is. Make traction bench. So, go get that done, please. Yeah, the mechanist and the mechanisms in this game are so very important. Okay, we've cleared the track, so let's go back. I could click on the right thing instead of the burrow. Click on the minecart. We will follow this minecart again. And let's make sure we are... Yes. I want them to load up at least a little bit into the minecart before we push it off. Spattered with blood. I think that's the first dwarf we struck with the minecart, or tossed out of the minecart, but I'm pretty sure there's should be other dwarf blood on there by now. Okay, and then we want to, since we're hoping this goes all the way, assuming it does, we want to come down here, and then we also want to push it. Push off east immediately always. Then come over here to that one. And then I want you to guide north. And this is a dumping thing, so it should theoretically come over here and then get dumped. Crossing fingers. And now let's say turn that down to 0 so they go ahead and push it. And let's follow along. We'll see what happens. Is it getting all the way without dumping? Yes! Okay. That went all the way through and didn't get dumped. Now, are they going to push this over to where I want them to push it? Come on, little dwarf. You can do it. Push. We're slowing down, but we should have plenty of speed. And then it dumps. Excellent. And then do they take it back upstairs? And I guess I should have actually paid attention to where... Is that the guy that's carting away? Where are you? Do not take that all the way back upstairs. No, you're not. Okay, good. This is not old armor. I feel like this should be new armor. Okay. You... Let's see. Smelter, no. Were we... armor stockpile 57. Okay, where's armor stockpile 57? This is there. You're not supposed to be able to take... You should be only allowed to take from the specific places. I don't know why that came over to this stockpile. We'll set up some of these to be melted. I can manually check it every now and then, but that's definitely should only be accepting from the magma forge, so that should stay as new armor only. But anyway. Okay, do they take the minecart back upstairs? And if this works, I don't know if I can do 2 routes using the same track, because I really want one that brings corpses down and then goes off to the west to dump the corpses, while this one comes down and gets pushed to the east to dump the loot. We'll see. We are going to have an ad break here starting before too long. You guys should get up, stretch your legs, get something to drink, something to eat, and I will see you after the ad break. I will pause if we get a siege or anything like that. Right now, we're just watching the little dwarf carry the minecart back upstairs. Good time for an ad break, actually. Okay. So let me set this up to be at least 25%. And then I do want, can I do a second route on that same minecart? I guess if I actually branched it off to either direction, I think that would work. Let me clear this real quick. Take the minecart off the track so I can see what I'm doing here. I'm gonna make a little T-junction. And so we have one side is the start of the corpse delivery system, and one side is the start of the loot delivery system. Okay, and this should be no friction. This track, go to there. No, I can't do that. Building present. Is that because the track stop's already there? Okay, remove the track stop. And then track. No. What is closest? Sure, grab the granite. Track. Use closest material. Come on, make me a T-stop. I want this to work. Oh, that dwarven child is still stumbling around obliviously. Sad. Come on. Come make my stuff, please. Now, what I don't know is, do I have to do something special for it to curve down? I don't want it to go across. So if I say here, no, undo. I want you to push off immediately when you have 25%. I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll find out. Then you're gonna come down here. Welcome back from the ads. You're going to push off always. Come over here. Guide north immediately. Back up here. Take from this stockpile. I want you to take weapons, ammo, armor, and finished goods. I don't think we generally have anything else, and if we do, they're like one-offs, which would be fine. And we're going to call this one loot. And then I want to add a second route, which we're going to call corpses. We're going to come from the other direction. We're going to grab from this stockpile corpses and body parts. You're going to push west when you have at least a 25% load. And then you're going to come down here and push to the west. Always. And then you're going to guide north. Always. Okay. Theoretically, I think that works. I'm not 100% sure. We'll make another wooden minecart for the other side. And then really, we have to wait for a siege to truly test that. I think we've got enough loot here that will see if this works. It's still... Wait, why are you over there? That is not stop one. Oops. Add a stop. Right there. No. Corpses. To that route. Why are you trying to add to the corpses one? Can I not go back and add stops? Okay. Get rid of loot. Do I have everything I need? No. I don't know what the heck it just did. Or I told it to do. Guide north. Yes. Add new route. Over there. Call this one loot. Loot. From this stockpile. Armor. Ammo. Finished goods. Leave it at that for right now. Push east when you have 25%. Maybe I need to have a track stop right there and one right there, and that would recognize better. Because I don't think it's... Like, it's wanting to put it there at the T-junction instead of over to each side. Push east immediately. Yes. Okay, this part is easy. This part I've got no problem with. This is flat ground. I'm just going from point A to point B on flat ground. Immediately always guide north. Yes. Okay, that time they put it over there, so I must have just misclicked. I'm hoping my corpse one is not also misclicked, but once we have a second minecart, I can hook that one up and we can double check its placement as well. And if they push this east, does it turn this way or is this going to shove it all the way over here? That would suck. If that was the case, I'd have to get rid of this stockpile and set them both back this way so that they're both pushing south. So we could make that work if we had to. That would be fine. We're loading back up, which I'm going to Tell it to push off immediately, just so we can double check this. Nope, it does go over. Okay. Ugh. Get rid of that stockpile. And let's take a train track. We're just having another artifact start up. Nice. Construction track. Same thing there. Let's make another corpse stockpile on this side. So corpses and body parts can go over there. I think if we're then shoving south, it should actually stay to the part which turns south. We'll see. Unassign you for the moment. What are you working on, little moody dwarf? You have claimed a gold bar. We've been used, I think, just because we have so much of it, we've been making a lot of gold things. But we'd made like 2 gold spears in a row, and it was our 3rd gold spear, and then we had a crash. And after that, they seemed to switch to gold short swords. So I don't know what they're gonna do tonight. And I wonder if I look at my bars. No, I've got more copper than gold. I was gonna say, do they always pick the bar you have, or generally pick the bar you have the most of? But that is not the case. What's the value of a steel bar? 150 versus bar out of gold. 150. Huh. I don't know. There's probably some logic to why they're picking gold, because we did start having gold, gold, gold. Iron, gold, gold. Well, but when do they... Well, that could be. This is a whole collection of different bars in that one. If it's the closest thing to the workshop? That would be... If it was... Well, no, because you could have multiple workshops, but that would be interesting. If it was the closest to the workshop, then you could use that to set up preferential. Like if you really wanted, say, any weapon artifacts to be made out of steel, you could set it up a dedicated little mini steel stockpile that was right there outside. Set both workshops up in the same spot. Okay, what do we want to do the walls out of? I don't think I really like... Copper would look kind of weird, I think. Let me do one little copper wall there. I'd like black bronze, but that feels like a total waste. If it was the... I guess we could leave these for a future king or queen. Well, I do have all that green glass now. I think I want to save that for... I want to do the same thing, but with silver. And then green glass. Let's see. I have not found any more microcline. I don't believe in the sport. The tile directly above the center of the workshop? Huh. I'm gonna have to look into that. Black bronze looks cool. Not a super fan of the copper wall. The jet's okay. If it was like a shiny purple metal looking thing, that would be cool, but one Z level above. What? That's a wood stockpile. Because we had clear cut for a little bit. So if there's nothing above, I wonder what they do. The Axe Lord is sparring, the Mace Dwarf, Hammer Dwarf, nice. Ooh, the mayor has ended a mandate. Awesome. I'd like to have microcline, because the gold, or blue against the gold would be really pretty, but I don't think I've found any more microcline. It was just what we brought with us on Embark. Like 99% sure on that. Let's see. We've had so much rain, it's gonna have just covered up all of the, yeah, we're just seeing Melloder slime. I would like the notification stuff here to be split so that you have one that is just stone that you've found, and then you could have the Melloder slime on its own. Because I would like to be able to look back and be like, where did we strike X rock? Here it is. Gold mace. Okay, switch to a different weapon type now. Stira Besabir, something like that. The warm hide. The gold mace, all Craftsdorf ship, is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with point-cut citrines, decorated with ash, and encircled with bands of oval dolomite cabochons. The object is adorned with hanging rings of dolomite. On the item is an image of oval-cut gems in gold. On the item is an image of Atyr Postfinders, the dwarf and dwarves in sheepbone. Atyr Postfinders is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Atyr Postfinders to the position of King of the Kindled Lenses in 94. On the item is an image of Mawanda Urgecrow, the elf, and Osta Malanspy, the goblin, in quartzite. Osta Malanspy is striking down Mawanda Urgecrow. So we just threw in a goblin killing an elf as well. Okay. I wonder if... I mean, it would have been cool if, like, this siege where the goblin killed the elf happened to somehow contribute to that dwarf taking over as king, but I doubt it. Urgecrow... The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Mawanda Urgecrow by the goblin Osta Malanspy in Felskies in the Healing Forest in the mid-spring of 92 during Stokok, the Singed Assaults. On the item is an image of a lizard in Dogbone, and then we also just threw in an image of a lizard. Fantastic. Okay, what all... Let's see, if I look up... Sorry, doing a little Google search here. Dwarf Fortress, stone colors. Except I'm not really looking at stone, I'm looking at metal, but that's okay. Black bronze is the only one that's like a black color. We've got a lot of like silvery colors. Let's get rid of this. I think I am going to use the green glass. That'll look, the darker green with the glass will be fine. Green glass. There we go. Get them queued up on this. That'll keep them busy for a while. and it will be interesting to see when it's done. I guess technically we're going to have where they could see right in, but we're going to pretend the walls of glass are not actually see-through. Oops, no, undo. Cancel, cancel, and cancel. Wall. And then let's plop down another gold floor right there. Yeah, that looks nice against each other. And we had, unfortunately, we'd had an awesome silver bed made as an artifact, but like I said, I was having crash issues when we were playing on Wednesday, and our nice silver bed was no more after the crash. Did not get made again. Ooh. Okay. Then it'll be a little bit longer, but we'll have all of our silver tables and silver thrones done. Who else is injured? I've got the traction benches, so that shouldn't be the issue. Needs immobilization, needs traction. I have traction benches that are not included in the hospital, apparently. Does that allow you to go fix him? Yeah, no, the silver bed got disintegrated into the virtual ether. Which is most unfortunate. Come on, I want to see if you go to the traction bench now. That one did. Hopefully that guy gets put over in the traction bench. You've mandated certain goods. What have you mandated? Ballista arrows. We have a task set up to make copper ballista arrows and then assemble them, because he also sometimes wants them assembled, and then to melt them down. That is our current to-do list on that. Let's see, we're gonna do schist again. And let's go up here. One in and up. And how wide is this? This is 13 wide. Schist, and we've already got one, so let's go over 12. Up and over, and up and over. And up to right there. So let's take that one out for a door. And we want we were going to do jet flooring in here, I believe. Yep. There we go. So we'll let them finish that up. We need to do some fancier doors. Maybe steel doors down for the nobles' quarters, that they're really sturdy, like an armory door for them to try and break in. That sounds good. This, though, is just going to be like a doctor's office or something. And then I need to make another one of these in case we have to do another temple or another guild hall. I have lucked out so far. We had most, after the first like migrant wave, 2 migrant waves, almost everyone belonged to one faith. And so I quickly made, actually, I think it was before they were even demanding a temple. I made a temple for that faith and gave them like a performer or whatever right away. So we've been trying to keep it to just one temple. Though it says we only have 58 worshippers in here, so I feel like they should have demanded another temple by this point. But if they did, I forgot about it and failed, and then they haven't requested it again. So I'm not totally sure. Once all of those are out of the hospital, we'll go back through. I'll just wipe that out, move stuff over to the new hospital. Okay. We were... Uh-oh. Thought I removed everything from those. I did. So, let's go back up here. Why are we vomiting, people? And why are we outside? What are you guys doing? Trying to go clean up the malodor slime from where it's on top of our bricks. I'd extended the range of where I wanted them to go to try and go clean up more corpses, but if they're that far out, I don't really care about them. Okay, what is this? You can go get that little piece. But please stop trying to clean the environmental slime, basically. Why does it say we have 211 in the borough when we have a population of 202? Who's it? Do babies maybe not count on your population or something? I don't know why it's saying we have more in the borough than the population, but whatever. Okay, back to this. Corpses. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of that one and redo it. I think this one is working. No. Okay. Add new route. This will be loot. It will start here. We will push south when we're at 25%. It will grab from this stockpile of weapons, ammo, armor, and finished goods. It will come down here. There we go. To this spot. And then it will be pushed east immediately always. And then this one will guide north immediately always. Okay. Add new route. This one will be corpses. Upstairs. You will go start on that side. You will also be pushed south at 25%, or when at least 25%. You will grab from this stockpile corpses and body parts. Add a spot to it. You will come down here, and then you will be pushed west immediately, always. And then you will go north. Guide north immediately, always. Done. Yes. So as long as that little pathway didn't add too much friction, which it should be basically negligible, I think it still works. Crossing fingers. I can go ahead and assign minecarts and we'll see if they fail. But now we're ready for another siege. And I'm unfortunately basically done with my iced tea from lunch. Okay, we're shearing animals, we're making some cinnabar blocks, collecting sand, And made a shale door. I need to start making some prettier doors, so I gotta go set that up. What else do we have going on? Late autumn. I can't remember if enemies ever attack during... Wait. Did I miss our dwarves showing up for trade? Or were we already in autumn? I feel like we were in summer. Did our dwarves not show up, or did I totally miss it? Uh-oh. I feel like we were supposed to get the notice about the barony. Well, this could be bad. We'll have to see if next year if the dwarves show up or not. We are about to have an ad break. You should go get something to drink. Stretch your legs. I will probably be sending out a raid. So then when you guys get back, we can see what happened during the raid. How are our dwarvies doing? You do not seem to be fully equipped. No, go update your stuff. What are you doing? Update. Hell Olenlurth. Why? No, you're grabbing your stuff now. Awesome. Update your equipment. And you guys go update, please. What are we doing for, let's see, metal bolts for combat. And bone bolts. We don't want short bolts, jagged bolts. Let's see. Bone bolts for training, please. Can I make this 500? Confirm? I'd like you to carry some extra ammo if it lets you do that. About these guys. Ammo. Bone bolts for training. I'll just say metal bolts for combat. No, I do want them to be iron bolts. Iron bolts for combat. Confirm. Try and carry 500. I don't know if that works. It'd be nice if it did, but who knows. Make this one iron. Confirm. Update. Okay. We'll send everybody around to get new gear and refresh and all that, and then we'll send them out to try and kill some goblins. A masterwork has been destroyed. Did we throw it down in the lava? We did. Probably some bin that we made for our stupid noble. Go dump the mica. You are in the way of us finishing our noble's quarters here. Do we have any silver we need to be smelting down? Some. Armor, that's an artifact. Silver bars. Thrones. Please melt down the silver. Whips and battle axes. We'll save the warhammers just in case we have to deal with some undead. Silver pikes. Silver halberds. Silver maul. Yeah, actually, go ahead and melt all of that. Other than the artifact. Welcome back from the ad break, people. Clearing out some of the rock here that's in the way. They're dumping stuff down into our magma disposal unit. I am going to open the artifact storage for a moment so we can load in any fresh artifacts And then we'll try and close that before we have a dwarven child start playing in there. One of our first artifacts was a toy axe, I think it was. It was some kind of toy. I'm pretty sure it was an axe. I had to put it on a display case and put a wall around it because the dwarven children would not stop playing with it. Just incessantly. And that is where I learned, so one area where vanilla beats out DF hack, if you're putting something on a display case, DF hack does not recognize, or at least it didn't when I was trying to do this, items that somebody is carrying. The vanilla one did, because I kept trying to assign that stupid toy axe, and DF hack would never see that it existed. But then I tried the vanilla assign, and it was like, oh yeah, here it is. So that got our stupid dwarven children to stop playing around with our artifact. Though if I open this door, they do tend to come in here. That magically becomes their favorite stockpile, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go play with stuff. That is a good way to get that little axe stolen. At some point, I might start messing, like allowing visitors and doing the judicial system. Yep, now you're playing in there. Okay. Have we stored all of the artifacts? But for the moment, any artifact, when we make it, I'm trying to throw it in here. And then in like our guild halls and stuff, I've made walled-in display cases with clear glass and windows. So it bumps up the value of the room. I don't think they actually get the super happy thoughts from like staring at an artifact, but I'm okay with that. I don't know. Not risking thieves at the moment. Let's see, what are you delivering? Let's go check out. We made our most recent artifact there, so I think they have put them all away, I believe. Let's pull that lever. And somebody remind me when it is time for the next ad break. I think my sourdough has risen to the point I can go do the final shaping, and I need to do that real quick during the next ad break. And we'll see if this one actually works out as intended. Yeah, it's risen enough. Crossing fingers. I'm trying to learn how to do sourdough bread, and so far it's not gone well. Tastes like sourdough, just doesn't, not getting it to shape correctly yet. Okay. Did you guys go and equip yourselves? Mostly. We've definitely got bags and water skins. All schist mugs. Well, could you go, instead of hauling mugs, could you go get your equipment like you're supposed to? It'd be nice. Store owned item. What are you storing? I don't know if that's what they say when they're... No, they'd say equipping. You're literally taking something to drop off in your room. Okay, what'd you just put in here? Pigtail shoe. Nice. Okay. I guess. Please go update your stuff. I would like to send you out on an expedition. Though so far, the goblin place that's been attacking us, they've all come from the Evil Hatred Fortress. And we tried to attack them last time. They had cave dragons we didn't know about, and it did not go all that well for our guys. Did not end well. Black bronze door, please. We'll do some fancy doors out of that. Make one at a time. If black bronze doors are less than 1, greater than 5, and this is greater than 40. You still injured? Diagnosis? No. Has been sutured. In traction. Yeah, okay, you're just still in traction. As soon as he's out of traction, we're gonna go set up our new hospital. Here is our fancy Metalsmith Grand Guild Hall with the toys for the children. You're only supposed to have 1 bin in there, please. Who is messaging me? So I've set up the artifacts in here, and I really wish I had grabbed that piece of quartzite that is now showing up on display instead of the actual artifact. So I did clear glass walls and windows. I need to experiment with different methods of sealing them in. Like, I know you can do bars around them. I've seen some people do that, and I want to test that out. And then I think I've seen another way, but I'm not remembering how it was done. But anyway, I'm trying to make it where it's in the room, it's definitely giving value, but I don't think they have to be like in the actual the square right next to it to get the super happy mood bonus. And we did have a yak that snuck into this one before they put the gym window there, though somehow this yak seems to have become immune to the need to eat, possibly. I feel like they've definitely been in there long enough. I should be getting starving messages, though I think it is a stray yak. It's not one of ours. So, I don't know. We're just gonna have a yak on display for all eternity, apparently. Wait, do I have more injured people now? No. You're not even injured anymore. No, it says you're still in traction. Okay, that's interesting. DFHack is not saying I have an injured dwarf anymore, even though they are still in traction. Black bronze door has been completed. Awesome. Let's come down here. We will put the black bronze door over there. There and there. This little piece of mica can be tossed. Same with this one. For some reason, they can always like haul a piece like that and a piece like that, but if it's one that's surrounded by other pieces, they can never recognize it. I don't know why. Like, I could leave that sitting there for all time and they would never come to haul that away without me designating it as a dump object. That happens a lot when I was building the bedrooms, and like where 2 walls cross the centerpiece, they never would come and grab. Okay, we have copper, armor, and weapon racks, I believe. Armor stands, yeah, we made some copper ones. And what about weapon racks? Okay. Those would not be terrible to use for the nobles' quarters, but I think we can do better. And what size was this? 9 by 9, I bet. So let's say this is just going to be for our non-royal. Once we get trade wagons, I intend to have them like import a ton of platinum over time. Because even once we're a barony with this economy hard mode, based on how long it is taking us to become a barony, I expect it will take a significant amount of time before we would be the mountain home. So I think I'd have, oops, undo that. I wanted black bronze doors. A lot of time to get a royal's quarters together. Black bronze, please. Don't remove those doors. But I'm fearful I missed the trader's visit this past autumn. Either they didn't show up or I missed their visit. Because yeah, I had to have. Or they just didn't visit. We have a dwarven child throwing a tantrum. Would you guys please not come up here? Dwarven children. This is not the place to be hanging out. I'm gonna say I'd make it a avoid, if at all possible, restricted traffic area, but they don't seem to care about that. Okay, we are loading that up with armor. We'll have to see once it gets to the point where it's getting pushed off again. Does it correctly go down this now that I've made it a T-junction, or does it get stopped there in the middle? Crossing fingers. It does what I want it to. Okay, and then you guys could come pick all the grossness up down here. Mountain goat. Zom's skeleton. Who is Zom? I don't know. Stray cat skeleton. Somebody. I think that's a goblin's left hand just lying there, us not grabbing it. And yeah, that's pieces of a goblin just hanging out because we apparently don't want to go pick them up. Is this not in the burrow? No, that's in the burrow. The bridge is down. That count as outdoor refuse? Probably. Here, we're not having a siege. You guys go do a little cleaning, please. Clean up. Okay. And then, are we fully equipped again? You guys look pretty good. Other than a couple bucklers we're not picking up. Am I even making bucklers? Realizing I don't know that I'm making bucklers. We are making wooden bucklers? We can do better than that. Though honestly, there's bucklers, and it's interesting. You don't necessarily want them out of metal. The lighter weight bucklers can sometimes be better. It depends on the circumstances. And I haven't read through that wiki page in quite a while. Let's go with iron bucklers. We'll actually save on wood because we clear cut the area that was not in the malodor slime, but there's not a lot left in there. Iron bucklers is less than 10. Iron bars is greater than, say, 20 and 20. please go equip your bucklers and your leather armor. You have an assigned piece, so you should be able to just go grab it. Anyway, let's go look at the goblins. So we are, where are we? We are right here. And oh, how I want to be able to zoom. We're right here. We're at war with all of the goblins that are in orange. But there is a group of goblins we're not at war. The fortress that keeps attacking us is Evil Hatred, which was somewhere... No. I'm trying to look at stuff. Window. What is it doing? Don't come up until I want to look at things. Anyway, it was somewhere over here. Missions. No. Huh. I do not remember it doing this the last time where it... Okay, if I scroll over, I can see. Face Witches, Evil Hatred. Here it is. The Dark Goblin Fortress of Evil Hatred. Which doesn't have a very large population, but when we went there last time, they had cave dragons. So, that was... Oh, sorry, I'm totally missing YouTube chat over there. Welcome, Nancy Matthews. You made a movie based on Dwarf Fortress. Interesting. So, if I attack them... We don't want to openly attack, though. Let's try this again. We might get slaughtered once again by cave dragons. If we do, we will adjust going forward. Okay. Cool. So we will send those guys out to Evil Hatred. It'll be a little bit. We'll hear what happens, and hopefully I did not just send them to their deaths. How is it going over on the YouTube side? And Nancy Matthew. Let's check if this minecart has gotten kicked off again. It is at only 6%. Okay. So I think it'll be the next time we get a siege, we'll see if these minecarts are working. Our mayor has banned things, though you have enough here. I feel like you could go load up our minecart. Show me that one. Yeah, you definitely could toss more stuff in there. When it's at least 25% from stockpile 90, which is loot stockpile. Type all of that. Oh, I didn't select all of the things when I redid this. That's why it's not loading. There we go. Eating a taco. Nice. I usually go get Mexican on Saturdays, but not today. Made a totem, and we are assembling the copper ballista arrows. Good. So that's one of the things our mayor has us do every now and then is ballista arrows, bends, and what's the other thing he gets all excited about? Ism. The mayor. You also like shields. Yeah, we're making copper shields as well. Okay, we moved those doors out of the way, so let's put some black bronze doors in place. Dump that little piece out, and then that should be where they could go ahead, as they make more green glass, go around and finish this. What is our supply like on making green glass? That's probably enough. Then we're making blocks. Make that directly from sand. Yeah, that should be fine. Grandparents made the taco? Nice. Grandparents are awesome. Wait, are we having a party in here? We are performing a dance? We're actually having a dance party? Awesome. No, go back to the dance party, guys. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go back to it. Unless you give them all vacation, you almost never see that happening. Or I don't. I don't usually see it happening. Aw. Well, that was sad. Okay. Well, it did happen momentarily, at least. Okay, and then at some point, I would like them to come in here with what do we want to do? Let's see, I can make floors out of the different gems? That doesn't seem right. Green jade. How do I do that? Let's see. Block. Make. I can do metal blocks. I can do glass blocks. Can I make a gem block? Is that a thing? Rock blocks. That doesn't involve gems. Gem. I don't think I can. Let's see. Gem. Hot raw glass into gems. See ya, Nancy. Make large... Those are metal gems. What else do we have here? Large rock gem, no. Primordial ice gem? Well, that just sounds cool. But I don't think any of those... Floor, if it's... Let's see. If I allow boulders... and I do gems. Do I not have any gems? Uh-oh. We need to go mine some gems, apparently. Okay. Let's see. Where do we... What the heck is this? Oh, this is... We mined over here when we were doing our drainage system because we kept running into lava, so it was causing issues. Let's look around for gems. While our troops are away, have we gotten a message about them coming back yet? No. Prefer not to dig into our existing wall on the inside, but we totally can. Why is that quartzite piece? That was weird. Don't know why that was forbidden. There's a spot. Down this way. Do I see any gems on the wall there? Gonna leave those if possible, so we don't have to deal with sealing back in the wall. Got a lot of gems down there, but that would involve unleashing potential horrors. Though once the army's back, we might station them down there and set up some traps and just do a little bit on top. Okay, let's look around this layer. Can't believe I am out of gems. Okay. Going up one more layer. We are about to have an ad break. When it starts, I encourage you to get up, stretch your legs. I will actually be letting it run. We'll see if anything happens. It should auto pause. I need to go do the final shaping on my sourdough bread and get it over into the basket, but that won't take me long, so about the length of the ad break, and then we'll be back for some more Dwarf Fortress. So I'll just turn on the be right back and let that go during the ad break. I'm hoping, Carbo, like, the starter seems good. As far as I can tell, I am following all the directions. I watched so many videos. I'm using the good quality bread flour, but it did not seem to be doing enough gluten. So I have done extra stretch and folds, did a little kneading. We'll see. What is that? That is tetrahedrite? Sure, go mine the tetrahedrite. Oops, I totally just hit the free stream button. Ignore that. Okay, that's tetrahedrite. I think that's all tetrahedrite, yeah. We need to make sure I'm not accidentally destroying our path downward for our trade cart, which hopefully this summer the humans bring a trade cart again and we can verify that that is working as intended. I thought I had it working last time, but I was totally blind and missed one part where the pathway was only one wide. Okay. This should be good, though I would also have to go back and look. I don't know where I have. We're gonna follow this little dwarven child around. Okay. Anyone who's not in the ad can watch the dwarven child. I have to go deal with sourdough. I will be right back. are a good boy, Moriarty. You gonna come play Dwarf Fortress with us? Okay. I am back. So I don't know if it's gonna have enough gluten to do the rise I want, but I think it has at least moved in the right direction. Picks of brightness and others have returned. So I at least know, or I'm pretty sure I have identified my issue and am improving it. The giant earthworm is fighting. Ooh. I don't know that I've seen a giant earthworm before. Rakost Odom Stasham has grown to become a blacksmith, and Ral Alerndim weaponsmith has given birth to a girl. Oh, okay. Let's see if our troops got obliterated. The raid. How did the raid go? We set out in the winter of 110. The winter of 110, the kindled lenses slipped into evil hatred undetected by the hideous malice of the Crater's malice. In the midwinter of 110, the quarter of brains stole treasure and livestock. What did we steal? One Mulmurian leather or Orpsum bag, green glass Mosselix. I guess that's something with an instrument. Iron shield, nice. Iron grate pick, we can smelt that down. Troll fur rope, iron helm, troglodyte bone amulet, microcline throne, beak dog, giant rat, 2 cave dragons. We'll see if we have a breeding pair, though that might, oh no, 3 cave dragons. 2 Luther-ers, 1 jabber-er, 1 giant cave swallow, and another giant cave swallow. Okay. So, let's pause and see. Yeah, stuffs cave dragon in a pillowcase. We are absconding with you whether you like it or not. Now, we need to go adjust our auto butcher settings before we accidentally kill what we just grabbed. At least the ones we might want to keep. So, let's look. Let's see. Did I ever set these all up correctly in the first place is the first question, I guess. Chickens. Sure, geese, sure. Okay, those are all egg layers. Cave dragons. Giant cave swallows. We'll have to take a look at those too. We have an adult female and 2 adult males. Okay. So, I don't know. We're gonna say 2 and 4. We're gonna allow like 4 male ones and 4 female ones. So don't go murdering those, please. Giant cave swallow. Is that just a giant bird? Giant. Yeah, those are the things the goblins use as mounts sometimes, flying mounts. They are tame. But I don't really know what I'd use them for. I guess we'll keep them. Don't slaughter those. What about the cave dragons? They are domesticated and tame. Nice. We will make you war cave dragons. Okay. Auto butcher. Where was that? Giant cave swallows. Wait, those pigs. 1 and 1. I don't know if they're gonna produce eggs. No, we'll allow, say, 2 of you and 2 of you, and we'll see if you do anything interesting. Dragon letterbox. They need to act like cats, but with their giant claws. So, like, they just rake it into the soil and acts as fertilizer for the cavern. Males. Sure. Not sure. Birds can quickly get out of hand. So, would I have to set giant cave swallows up with a nest box for them to be able to breathe? I might have to. I don't know. And then what the heck is a ruther? Ruth. Those are creepy looking. Stray ruther. 17 years old. Still not really sure what you are, but a huge furry monster with an enormous tail covered with thick fur. They run on 4 legs and can be found deep under the earth. He's agile. His hair is gray. His skin is blue. His eyes are green. Yeah, nope. I'm sorry, but you're gonna be meat and leather. They are coming back, though. Where's our cave dragon? Okay, the dragon. Follow you around. I guess I should actually put you in the pen, shouldn't I? Oops. Let's go do that. Put you in this area. Assign. All grazers are already assigned. Egg layers. Ooh, cave dragons count as egg layers. Guess we'll toss some nest boxes in here. Just see what happens. Yeah. I think that's what we are going to do. Let me grab some of those. I don't know that I have any more made. We might have to make some nest boxes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some. 1, 2. Make a nest box over there, please. And then let's chop down all of the trees that are down here. For the time being. Okay. Let them get to work on that. Stray lamb has been slaughtered. Excellent. Hey, Space Pants! We just captured some cave dragons from the goblins. Including a breeding pair, so we're gonna get some cave dragons going. Then, hopefully we can assign them, each of our guys, a war cave dragon later on, so that when they go up against cave dragons on the other side, they have their own cave dragons to say hello back. And I do need to make more rock nest boxes now. Oh, and we had a YouTube person that I missed. I'm sorry about that. Person the tough guy. Well, welcome, welcome. We need to be better at seeing the YouTube messages. Okay, collecting Sam. So they have not yet brought them on an invasion, though I've often had that happen. But no, the goblin fortress that keeps attacking us, we went and raided, and the last time we did it, we were detected and got slaughtered by cave dragons that we didn't know were there. This time, we successfully snuck in and snatched some of the cave dragons and brought them back. So now they are our cave dragons. Which is awesome. Uh-oh. We now know a few facts about cave dragon training. We will slowly get better about that. I don't think, since they were already tame, I don't think they can go. Auto train is on. I don't think will start going crazy on us. Like, if we'd caught them in the wild, they'd go crazy. We'd probably have to capture quite a few of them and work on training before we were actually successful, but since they came in domesticated and tamed, I think it'll be okay. We'll see. Hello, favorite normie. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, we'll keep them hungry and then we'll send them off on our own raids. Thank you for the follow. Very appreciated. So we will get them down here. Actually, where are they? Are they... Cave dragons? Oh, cave dragons. Where did you go? Did we take them up to the surface to train them? That would be weird. I think we did, though. You guys not train in the cavern? Huh. Interesting. Well, that's okay. You're just having to take quite a long walk every now and then, but... Aw, they get the content being near a waterfall. A trainer, yes. Okay. Yep, there goes the other one. Or one of the other ones. Interesting. Okay. So we'll let everyone... We were undetected, so nobody got killed. We'll let them keep training for a little while. I think we should be due up for a siege before too long. Pretty sure. Let's go move our hospital now. So, if we put a furniture chest, we do not need fancy black bronze chests for the hospital. Toss these in. Furniture, we don't need our fancy silver tables either. Stone tables actually do quartzite, specifically. Quartzite tables. We'll do one there. There. And yes. We'll basically set these up like they're nurse stations looking over at potential patients. I hopefully will never have this many beds in use for the hospital, but better to be prepared. And then traction benches. Set up some of the... Actually, here. Just do one of those in each corner. Cancel. Cancel. And we'll just do more beds. I don't think I've ever had more than 4 traction benches, and that's when we had a mass riot or so. Okay, and then I can say this is no longer the hospital. This is now a meeting area, and it is... we had 2 different hospitals. The Inky Sanctuary or the Granite Houses. I like the Inky Sanctuary. We don't want visitors. Let's assign our Chief Medical Dwarf, and then we have a High Master Bone Doctor. Nice. We'll assign a couple of these. Does not hurt to have extra doctors on staff. Okay. So they'll get that all set up. What else do we have going on? We're still making bone bolts. Some rock block beds. Yeah, we'll be making those for a little while now. Item inaccessible. Huh. Don't know why. Given birth to a lamb. Become a metalsmith. Awesome. we're still working on our silver throne situation, but this one should get pushed at some point. Push off south immediately when at least 25% of desired items. You are at 38%. Please come push my minecart. Cats, why must you go outside like this? I don't normally mind the cats just wandering wherever they want, but on a evil map, it can not be all that great. So this has not been a terrible one. It's not reanimating biome, which I was sad about. We really wanted a reanimating biome, and it's not. The pool of malodor slime basically just seems to make them smell and throw up. So far, it is not doing any more than that. Sharp mica. It is coated with water. Are those little bits from us firing the catapults? I guess? Huh. Not sure on that one. Let's see. Iron ballista bolts. I'm going to make another iron ballista bolt stockpile here. Ballista bolt. Let's see. Furniture. No. None. Siege ammo. That is made out of iron. Okay, and then I want you to, I want you to give to that stockpile preferentially. We need more iron bolts up here. So where are we storing? Let's see, if I go all the way down here, iron ballista bolts. I want you to give to this one. And then not that one. So they'll come from downstairs to this one and then up to the higher one. And they'll preferentially keep the last stockpile in the chain full. Now, where do we have, let's see, iron bolts. Some up there. Some down in the magma forge. So those just need time to actually be transported around. I don't appear to have a storage place for my gold statues. Let's make statue stockpile. Any statues can go over there. It's not a bad idea to every now and then go through your workshops and see if they're getting filled up with too much stuff. And that tells you either don't have enough stockpile room or you haven't made a stockpile for that spot. Assuming you also have enough workers to go around and distribute the things. Can it not do a bin or a barrel for wool? I don't know. I don't think refuse it can, so we'll make that one bigger. So they'll move all that out. And gizzard stones. I have no idea what those would be. That one's empty. Red. Should have plenty. This is cloth and leather. It should store thread. You've got room in there. I think that one's just them being lazy. That's empty. Small wool's chunk. We are storing an artifact in here. Please go put our artifact away. You should store any artifacts in there. So we'll double check if they come and move that one, but they should. Okay, and then we have a bunch of scepters. Why do we have scepters? I have not told you to make scepters. Scepter. No, we are not. Huh. Do I have a finished goods storage for just random crap? I doubt it. Figurines, large gems, mugs, old clothing. We've got a separate one for toys. Glass furniture. It's not a furniture stockpile. What's furniture stockpile is all full over here. You are sandbags. Okay, expand that one a little so we have more room. I have not played any adventure mode yet. It's eternally on my I should go check out list, and then I never think about it or get around to it. Rough glass. Wait, rough glass? What the heck is... Oh, there we go. So, at some point, maybe, I'd like to at least check it out. Furniture stockpile. Statues. Do a little maintenance work cleanup on our stockpiles here. This one is well, wait, that would have stored statues. Let's not do statues in there. This was, I guess, metal furniture only, and yeah, metal furniture. Yeah, the evil goo, it rains down, so it collects as it rains. So it's raining malodorous slime, is what it says there. You can have, most of the ones I've done evil, it rains some kind of gunk. You can also have where it's like a wind that blows across the screen, like a storm cell that moves across. So that one, like with the rain like this, there's basically at all times, there's a big portion of the map here that is just drenched in stuff you don't want to get exposed to. It's not, the malodorous slime won't kill them, it just is basically stinky. If you're on one that has like I forget actually how it calls them, but it's basically a storm system that blows across the screen. You don't want them to get caught by it. That one can turn... I've read it can turn them into thralls. The game I have tried with it so far, that I didn't play for very long, and I will say sometimes the rain seems to, or the weather seems to get worse over time. It was sending my guys to the hospital, and they were like purple colored, but they did not then turn into thralls. But I don't know if that was just that I hadn't been playing long enough yet, or I lucked out and had one that wasn't so bad. And then of course, supposedly you have a 50-50 chance of getting a reanimating biome whenever it's an evil biome. In my experience, that is not the case. It's definitely not 50-50. Maybe 10%. I don't think it's even that much. And I don't know. I've read that it does not matter at all if you're just terrifying versus sinister versus haunted, but not sure on that. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin Dang Seduces Showered in the midwinter of 110. I'm glad our guys got back in time. In the midwinter of 110, Dang visited Evil hated. So he might have been there when we attacked. With them comes war cave dragons from the dark goblin fortress of evil hatred. So they've come to retrieve their brothers and sister. And we say no. Those siege engines. Let's see. Where are they on the map? Coming in from that side. You go stand over there. And you stand right there. Let's activate the civilian alert, and I'm going to pause that burrow and turn that one on. No, they will attack you. Yeah. If it's an actual reanimating biome, it's cool. I've got one that I have identified that we might try next time. But like you have, before you shear a sheep, you want to make sure you have a farmer's place or the loom, whichever one does the spinning of the wool set up, that will, and your work order that they will immediately do it, or the wool will reanimate, and it won't, like the reanimating hair and leather won't kill your dwarves, but it will freak them out and give a lot of bad moods. But like a reanimating dwarf or animal will full on attack you. So you have to be careful. Like you really don't want to be slaughtering things until you have at least an atom smasher set up for defense. And then you want to have that set up pretty quickly before you have anything die, whether it's an animal attacking you, somebody getting injured, or your first siege. Because those corpses that you can't butcher for meat, they have to be smashed to bits or destroyed in some way. So it really can change up your priority order on things. Okay, so those guys are in stationing. I'm going to actually remember for once to come down here and pull that lever, which we are going to verify we can access. We can. So then where do I feel the need to put my melee troops? I don't think anywhere yet. Oh, we are in an ad break, so I'll just wait till you guys are done with the ad break. I will want to be closing this bridge. Is anybody outside? Oh, dwarfies. You guys should go pick that stuff up at some point. Though it is in the slime, so I understand why you haven't. Let's see, what else do we have around here? Nothing really? Okay. No ads for you. Awesome. I think we've got about 30 seconds of ads left. Now, the question will be, are they just sending in... I don't think this is a big thing. I think they just brought a couple cave dragons. So I've had this before where they like just feed me a couple cave dragons at a time for destruction. And that's really easy to deal with. I mean, we've dealt with a like 150 invader siege, so just a couple cave dragons is no big deal. So we will watch them come across, and I'll give it just a moment to hopefully have no dwarfs outside. And then we are going to close. Yep, I see you, little straggler. Come on in. Hurry it up. Then we are going to close this one. Wait, is that where that goes? Oh, okay. Pull that lever. Uh-oh. Snatchers! You jerks! Well, you are going to just get mowed down by our troops. Ooh, The spinning large serrated disc misses the war cave dragon. War cave dragon jumped away from it. How do you miss so much? The war cave dragon gives into pain. He falls over, regains consciousness, and then he gives into pain again. Because the large serrated iron disc struck the war cave dragon in the left front leg, fracturing the bone. A tendon has been torn. Ow, that sounds painful. Okay, and then we do actually have some normal invaders along with these cave dragons. What's your combat skill like? Adept Maceman. Adept Mace. Oh, you guys are nothing. Okay, somebody come and pull that lever, please. No, don't go out there. Aw, you killed our dog. You jerk. Somebody gonna come pull the lever? No? Okay, fine. Melee squad. Assemble! Assemble. Don't kill our little dwarven child. You jerks. Apparently I should have closed that door earlier, that bridge earlier. I just didn't want my troops to run out like they're doing. Wait, how did you guys get... Did you jump across? I don't know how my march dwarfs just got across. Who do we still have? Cave dragon over there. Well, that, compared to the last siege, that was pathetically weak. Though actually more successful in killing people. No. Cave dragon... I'm 99% sure don't breathe fire. And you killed a bunch of dogs. You jerks. We're gonna have to request replacement dogs. Martial trance. Okay, well, anyone else showing up? Or just this cave dragon running away? I think that was it. Huh. Well, pathetically smaller siege, but also infinitely more successful as far as killing our people. Okay, lower that lever. I think I'm gonna move this to a lever that's actually down in the base, because we were not being able to access it without running into issues. So we will fix that going forward. Huh. Well, all of our nice little loot is not spread all over the map, mostly. Some over here. I think that's it. Huh. So I think evil hatred is on its last legs, because that... Last time they sent like 150 well-trained, well-equipped goblin soldiers. Some of them on mounted flying cave swallow things. And this time it's like, we'll send our trainees with a cave dragon or two. Okay. You guys all unstation. Clear the civilian alert. Switch the burrows back. And yeah, we had... It wasn't all goblinite, but it was loot from the siege amounted to like 50,000 dwarf bucks. That is why I went through the trouble of setting up that minecart system, because we're so far down and we had so much loot to bring, and I was expecting our next sieges to be of similar size, that I was just like, this is not gonna work. We need a more efficient way to bring loot and corpses down. Why are you marked as a hunter? I don't allow hunting. Okay. And then we are going, because I'm a little paranoid after the crashes we had on Wednesday, I'm going to do a quick save. So we're about to be in spring anyway, so shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, the goblins can ride those giant swallows, that we got 2 of. They can ride them. So you will have goblins mounted on. Now it seems kind of pointless because they carry melee weapons while doing it. So really, like, you defeat the siege other than one guy that's still on your map, and then you find him and it's just this goblin on a cave swallow, or on a giant swallow that's flying around in your sky doing nothing. So it's like cool, but highly ineffective. Well, before the elves get here, I'm gonna chop down some trees that are not over in the muck. Let's see. And then anything... If I was missing anything that was forbidden, that should take care of it. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this lever. We're going to go establish another lever down with our normal... I usually put the levers in, like, the mayor's office, so it's an area that gets a lot of traffic. Yeah, so I don't know if it's just... like, if they can be marks like bow and arrow goblins and could then do something, or if they can like land and dismount and bypass your defenses and I've just never seen it, or if that's intended on a future update. I don't know, but right now in my experience it just means a guy flying around doing nothing but looking cool. We have not moved over that artifact. You are the big bridge. So let's name this one as final gate. Link lever. Link to you, please. Okay, so that one is definitely ready to go soonish. We'll see, and we do have some corpses loaded up over here, which I might go ahead and just manually kick that one off here, because I don't know if they will start rotting and turn into miasma while they're in a minecart like that. That looks like just an amputated hand sitting there. Aw, and they killed so many of our dogs. How many dogs do we have left? Mostly just puppies. We do at least have 2 male puppies. What about cats? We don't have many of those either. I'm gonna throw you on the leash, and then we're gonna check the auto butcher to see. We might allow some more cats. Come on, I want to see if our dumping system works here. I am going to change this on the loot one. Let's see. Any items? I don't think that's gonna matter because I've got the fill thing set up correctly, but I feel like they should be pushing that one down. Okay, we are working on the steel bars. Nice. How many are we up to? Steel bars 56. We'll let that get up to 100, and then we'll start making some armor and stuff out of steel. Wait, what the heck? Oh. Okay, they did push it, but it went all the way around. Ew. Huh. Okay. Do I have a stop there? I do not. I think the way I'm gonna have to do this. Stone. I don't care what it's made out of. I don't want it to... I do want max friction. I don't want to dump. Okay, get this built. And then I'm gonna have to... I can't add a stop, can I? Huh. I wish you could add a stop in the middle, but I don't think... As far as I know, there's not a way to do that. And adding one to the end literally adds it to the end. Let's say loot. Stop 1. Push south. When you have 25, you're going to take from here. Weapons. Ammo. Armor. I've done this so many times now. Okay. And then we're going to come to this one, where you are also going to push off south, but always, immediately always. And then we're going to come down here. And you're going to... Nope. Stop! We just saved. Saving. Slowly but surely saving. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Just save. Okay. Push east. Immediately always. This one. Guide north. Immediately always. Yes. And which minecart is this? Not that one. So not the Sagaro, however you want to pronounce that, I don't know. I want the custard one. Then I want a new route that is corpses on this side. And then we're basically going to do the exact same thing with a slight tweak. Push off south immediately. 25%. Grab from corpses. Grab from the corpse stockpile. Corpses, and body parts. And then you're going to come to this little stop. And then you're going to get pushed south again. Immediately always. And you're going to run all the way down here to level -8. And you're going to get pushed west immediately always. Then you're going to come to your dumping location. And then we're going to guide you north and bring you back up once you're empty. Okay. That should certainly work. Wait, why the heck do we have a nest box up here? Is that the only location where we allow... what's our figurine storage like? Stockpiles. Figurines. I have... No, wait, not figurines. I want finished goods. Loot, leather goods. I don't have a generic one, and figurines is all full. What are you? Type. Wait, what? Oh, you are loot 2. You are corpses 2. And then let's make another one. This is finished goods. That not armor, legwear, large gems, headwear, handwear, goblets, footwear, flasks, or figurines. Or backpacks. Or ropes. You are random stuff that the goblins bring me that I don't actually care about. Tools, totems, no toys, no totems. No tools. Basically your scepters, rings, your jewelry. Yeah, you are jewelry. A jewelry. Is that how you spell jewelry? I think so. And auto melt. Well, actually, no. Don't auto melt. We'll see what we get. Our people might like to grab that stuff. And then where's my figurine storage? That is apparently full to bursting. It should be somewhere. There we go. Oh, I want to separate. Yeah, hang on. I don't want totems in here. Totems, split that into 2. This one can be totems. That way they'll bring over boxes that are figurines and boxes that are totems separately. Bring that over for trading. Yes. Okay, and the elves should be showing up before too long. Is this linked? Yes. Oh, and I need to remember, it doesn't matter so much with the mode setup, but technically, if they were breaking through, if I closed this and like had my melee stuff stacked here, or I don't know, like when the Siege update first came out, they prioritized the trade depot. I don't know that they actually still do that, because I had a fort recently where it definitely seemed like they did not. So I'm no longer sure. That might have gone away. But that had been useful for setting up some weird misdirection options. Okay, get out of our artifact storage. And why are we not bringing this one over? Hello, cave dragon that we're taking up through the surface to train. I wonder... You're not actually installed, are you? No. If I set up a training grounds down here in the cavern, or I don't even need it to be in the cavern, if I just do animal training right there, maybe they'll use that instead. So they don't actually track all the way upstairs. Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure this is the Dwarven child I got. Excuse me, had to sneeze. Run over by a minecart, but didn't die. We had 2 children that got run over by a minecart, but one of them died and one did not. Okay, this I assigned, and this one assigned as well. And then where is the other one? Wait, you're placing it? Where are you placing it? Uh-oh. Did it not go all the way down? No, you're on stop 1. What are you doing, little dwarf? I don't know what the heck he just did. This is not stop 1. Stop 1 is up here. I would also like it to, like, below a little symbol there. It'd be like, yes, that is stop 1. And then if I could, like, grab them and drag them around to different orders, that would occasionally be helpful. Well, we're gonna find out if corpses start rotting in a minecart. Oh, so the goblins have been wearing or bringing masks with them. So I have a ton of iron and copper masks that my dwarves just seem to absolutely love to grab. So there's a couple different kinds that they're wearing. So some of them look stupid, some of them make the dwarves look like little mini ninjas, and I love it. But yeah, we're not making those. We just have collected enough of them that my dwarves have grabbed before I could melt them down, that we have significant amounts. Did we unpause? Yes, we did. Let's see, I'd kind of like to cut down all of the trees that the areas where they might come from, so I have more clear line of sight for shooting siege weapons. So far they've come from over here, and then I did have one where they showed up on this side of the map. Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a masquerade party. You are correct. I was really freaked out the first time because I've never made those for my dwarves. So then I was like, who are you? And looked at him and realized, oh no, that is one of my actual dwarves. He's just wearing this random mask. And then I had to figure out, where the heck did you get the random mask? And I looked around and realized I have quite a few dwarves wearing those now. And then it started to multiply. It has gotten a bit out of hand, actually. You guys all equipped? Yep, you look pretty good. You are up to 16%. Where's my other minecart? Somebody is having a strange mood. Okay, that is getting carried back up. Minecart. Which you're gonna get pushed down again because you still have all that stuff in you. So we'll bring this up and then we'll follow it back down, just figure out what went wrong. Because it should have gone down and gotten dumped. Push south, yes. Push south immediately. Yes. Push off east immediately. Yes. Guide north immediately. Also yes. The Forgotten Beast, Quasi-Urbid Josie, has come. An enormous hairy tick. Oh, gross. Ticks are the worst. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Even more gross. Its eyes glow bright green. Its pumpkin hair is very curly. Beware its deadly blood. What? We have a giant tick with orange curly hair? What kind of forgotten beast is that? Are you the new guy? You are the new guy. I don't really know that I'd say you have orange curly hair, but okay. Maybe little tufts of it right there. Quasi-doom buzzards. You have high stamina. You have an iron will and a sum of patience, but bad intuition. You are prone to strong feelings of lust. You don't generally think before acting. It is always tense and jittery. It is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning its actions, as a forgotten beast should be. That's correct. It tends to share its own experiences and thoughts with others. It is assertive. It has an active sense of humor. It likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract. It tends to avoid any physical confrontations. It doesn't often feel envious of others. It is stubborn. It does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. It generally finds itself quite hopeful about the future. It doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Okay, fair enough. That is a good question. Does it spit blood, or is it just that if it bleeds, its blood is very toxic? I'm guessing it spits blood? I don't remember how deadly blood goes. It's very slow to tire, agile, and tough. Ew. That's not cool. Okay. We are going to have an ad break soon. I will let it run during that, though I will step away for just a moment during the ad break, and then I will be back. Okay. Where are we on that minecart? Continue following this as it works its way up. We've had quite a few deadly dust ones on this map so far. Including not a forgotten beast, but a brute that we unleashed when we had to dig through the top layer of a obsidian spire thing. Okay, you're up to level 30. Keep running, little dwarf, keep running. I know it's a heavy cart. We are in the ad break, so I'm going to leave it following that little dwarf, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's see. Our weaponsmith has created Relum Kingil, a golden warhammer. He claims it as an heirloom in the name of a family ancestor. Boo. Moldath Ecrometals. That's kind of a cool dwarf name. And then thank you for the follow, Precursor. I was away when that happened, but I heard it. Thank you very much. It is appreciated. And then we were... Uh-oh. Am I frozen here? Scene. There we go. Just wasn't recognizing it. I was following this minecart to see if we push it off correctly. We've got a lot of forgotten beasts are fighting. Nope, you loaded more into the minecart. Please come kick it. It would be most helpful if you did. I'm going to temporarily set this to always, and then we'll see if it functions correctly. Nope. We have this keep happening where we get a buildup of forgotten beasts, they go through and kill each other. So the numbers seem to drop below some threshold, and then it's like, must flood you with forgotten beasts again in short order. Can I close that without? No. Okay, let's see if I can read this with this over the top of it. The forgotten beast something has come. An enormous feathered lizard has a pair of knobby antennae and has a gaunt appearance. Its red-purple feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poisonous vapors. Oh, not the absolute worst, but not a good one either. Okay, but we are trying to follow the minecart, people. Stop interrupting us with Forgotten Beast game. Come on. Push the minecart. This is actually not that much in value. I guess the loot this time was not nearly so valuable. Last time, when we had the, like, 150 goblins, it was almost 50,000 in dwarf bucks. This time, where we just had, what was it? 15 goblins and a couple cave dragons. It's not even 9,000 in dwarf bucks. Excellent. Okay. It did still work. I don't know what had happened last time. It had gotten off, but that appears to be working correctly. So now somebody should come over here and push it off to the east, where it will go dump all this loot. And maybe. Come on. There we go. Shove it over. And dump. Awesome. Okay. And then they'll pick that up, the now empty cart, and carry it back up. So theoretically, this should keep working, though there are some potential issues I can foresee. It just would be exceedingly rare for them to happen. But if for some reason they had filled both and it had queued up to push them at the same time, or pushed one and then they were pushing this one before they immediately pushed that one and they collided right there, that could be an issue. Or if in the tunnel down here, like the one had arrived that was going to get pushed this way and somebody was coming through because, no. Let's see, if both wound up arriving here before they got pushed out of the way, that could cause an issue. But again, the odds of either of those situations happening is pretty low. So it should certainly be more help than hurt. We do have that artifact to go look at. And let's see if there must be a portion of the caverns that I still have not revealed. Because we do have Forgotten Beasts disappearing off even without them getting killed. Unless they just appeared and immediately got slaughtered, which I guess is possible. Please go dump the rotting pieces in here. Upper front teeth. Aw, somebody lost their front teeth. Okay, and the artifact, which is a Relling kill, the Royal Leopard. Oh, that's a really sad one. It's gold warhammer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of gold. This object menaces with spikes of schist. That's a kind of disappointing artifact. I don't like when they have real short descriptions. Did we move? Oh, no. Why are we not storing this artifact? Pigtail cap. Should be storing all armor and all finished goods, so you should count as one of those. Either you should really count as finished good headwear. Armor. Technically, you could be under here. And this is not a full stockpile, so... Oh, I know what's happening. I have this giving to only certain stockpiles, and that's not one of them. You can also give to the artifact storage. There you go. You can also give to artifact storage. I mean, we do have a bunch of golden weapons now that we can make a really cool display set with. That is absolutely true. Because we've got... let's see. That's the thing we found. We have this scepter. No, that's a schist one. Where are the gold ones? Is this where we started with the gold? Nope, that's copper. Sad truth. Yeah, here it is. So we have a gold spear. And then another gold spear. A gold short sword. Another gold short sword. A gold mace. And a gold warhammer. So, looking pretty good. Now I just need, I think, green glass floors that we engrave in here, maybe? Green glass. RagBone. We do have warhammers as our weapon for our melee troops. What just happened? Something has collapsed on the surface. Okay. Something with cutting down the trees. Or whatever. Let's clear out the notifications and see. We did just have a siege, so I think we could send off the troops fairly easily. Uh-oh. You lost your leader. Not good. Sure, you can be the leader. Wait a minute. Undo. This was not ranged. I wanted melee. There you go. And you... Yeah, you guys are all full. So, let's check out Evil Hatred again. I feel like they've got to be close to just dead. Where is it? Evil Hatred. Still saying population of around 30. We're gonna send you guys back. We're still gonna do another just raid. Don't want to pillage yet because it sets them up as one-on-one combat, and if they still have cave dragons, that could go very badly. Which, how are our cave dragons? Why have we not come down and built the nest boxes? Oh, we've got a cobalt thief invading. 2 of them. 3 of them. Did we not make the nest boxes? Where are you guys? No, you're okay. You're slowly getting there. I just need, actually, I need to make some more. Rock, nest box. Okay. We have a cave dragon egg. No, why are you guys collecting it? Boo. Oh, because I don't have the fertile egg thing, because I don't, my normal birds, I don't want the fertile eggs. Okay. Let me look back. What is that? Control panel? What is it? Nest box. Auto assign. No. Nest boxes. Protect fertile. Yes. There we go. Protect fertile eggs, nesting in the nest box. It's like rockabye baby. Rock the little baby cave dragons to sleep. Uh-oh. You're badly crushed. Were you up a tree, or did I have 2 of them that were too close together? I bet I had 2 of them too close together. Yeah. Probably had limbs from this tree when he cut it that then fell and hit the limbs from this tree. And then they become, instead of, they get randomized on where they fall. Rock the Cospa joke? Rock the Cospa. What is Cospa? You have lost me. Okay, keep going. Have we cleared out all of the loot? I think we have. Did we bring back up? I feel like some of this stuff we're accidentally circling back around with, so let me check out our stockpiles real quick. Where do we have armor stockpiles? This should only be taking armor from Classic Rock Song. Sorry. Some of the really famous ones I know, but that's about it. It wasn't my time, and depending on what you... Well, generally slightly before my time and not my genre. I think I need just a normal armor stockpile for iron. Let's see. Iron, armor, loot. Let's call this anything made out of adamantine, iron, or steel. Same thing. Let's see. Weapons. No, we want warhammers. And we want crossbows. I don't think they'd ever bring trap components, but I guess. Giant axe blades and large serrated discs. No stone ones. We want only steel, iron, and adamantine. Non-artifact. That should be non-artifact. And then we do want bolts that are adamantine, iron, or steel that are non-artifact. Yeah, and I want this to give to that one. We'll see if we get that. 1982, before your time, but definitely one of your genres. Nice. I was never a huge music person, but the early 2000s, like punk rock, I guess. The rock that was on the radio station when I was early teenager. First driving, that kind of stuff. So 2000 to 2010. Let's see, what else do we have around here? This is meltable stuff. So all weapons that are all armor, all ammo. Okay. And then got that. We want stockpiles, weapon. This is weapons I am making. What about this one? No. Why are... What the heck was I doing here? I wanted warhammers and crossbows, which I always hate how it has multiple entries and that how many entries there are changes with like every patch. Giant axe blades, large serrated disc, adamantine, iron, or steel, non-artifact, usable only. This one should be bolts only. Steel, adamantine, or iron. Non-artifact. Armor. No, what was I doing here? Adamantine, iron, and steel only. It has to be usable. No, this was supposed to be a melt pile, wasn't it? Yeah, I even called it melting, but no, this is weapons and armor, I guess. And you are taking... Yeah, you will take from there, and then we have this one as well, which will also give to here, and here, and here. And where am I storing ballista arrowheads is a question. Hey Nancy, welcome back. Yeah, I was definitely what was on the radio at the time, so popular. Not much pop, but angsty teen rock, I guess I would say at the time. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go through in detail on my stockpile sometime off stream, and redo my system, because I don't usually have this loot train coming in, so I think that's adding another variable that it's not processing correctly. Let us reclose the artifact storage. And what else do we have? Uh-oh. Plump Helmet Man is fighting. Okay, you're not our Plump Helmet Man. Well, we will mourn your death, but you're not our mascot, so it's okay. We have this Plump Helmet Man that, like, wandered into the fortress, and usually they get spooked, or our guys get spooked, and a fight breaks out. But this one lived peacefully with us for, like, a year, never having an issue. And then DJ Empirical dropped by and requested it be named, so we did. And then I wanted to make sure it didn't get killed, so we did use the dfhack make own command to actually adopt it into the fortress. So it is our mascot now. Music time! What? Oh, you guys should be having a dance party though. Oh, wait! I see a circle forming. We're forming a dance! Awesome! Dance party! Go, my little dwarves. You could move around more for this dance. Come on, little dwarves. They don't do it often, but if you get enough dwarves in there at the same time, they sometimes have dance parties. More often they're just socializing, but it can look interesting. And let's go with green glass. Let's see, where's the center here? Let's say we're gonna pause for a second as we try and design this. I don't know how well this is going. Artistic stuff is not my forte. If I do that. It's kind of skull-like. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like when it's done. Trying to have like a green glass skull here since we're the RagBone fortress that has the lava eyes. Yeah, you have to have a big enough dance floor, that is correct, which, let's see, that circle was probably at least 8 by 8, and I don't know if it requires room around the outside or not. That is not as dark green as I was hoping for. But it does look kind of cool. Can someone please haul away the random pair of pants that are in the middle of our tavern? Let's see, green glass. Let's see, if we do another one. No, that's gonna look, I think, less like what we want. Cancel planned construction. Go engrave the glass. I think that turns it dark. Yeah, that looks kind of like a skull. They dance their pants off. Some truth to that. Smelt limonite ore, nice. We got a migrant. Let's say, depending on how many dwarves we lose in our raid over on Evil Hatred, we'll see if we get another migrant wave. Yeah, that's gonna look better. That'll make it dark green. That'll pop against the other floor. Okay, and then I do want to come around the outside here and dig this out and do a proper wall. An ad break will be starting soon. I recommend you go get something to drink, stretch your legs. Do not actually watch the ads. Lava bar. Yeah, can't talk. Lava bar is looking awesome. I need to come around the outside here, though. And dig. And then we'll give it a nice wall around the outside. Well, I'm glad I could talk to you. Though, question, it doesn't seem like it's too delayed, but sometimes the YouTube chat comes through on a delay. But I've got it set to ultra low latency for the YouTube chat, and it doesn't seem like you're being delayed. The pics of brightness and others have returned. Okay. Did we die, or did we actually succeed? We do have spoils, so we at least grabbed something. How bad a delay is it? I mean, I'm sure there's a delay, but is it a long one, or is it just your normal, like, Twitch delay? Let's see. In the mid-spring of 111, the kindled lenses slipped into evil hatred undetected by the hideous malice of the traitorous malice. In the mid-spring of 111, the corridor of brains stole treasure and livestock from evil hatred. We are in an ad. Copper Urge, Iron Anvil, Giant Cave Spider Silk Robe, Giant Bat Leather Water Skin, Copper or Possum Melody Pipe, Elfbird Leather Loincloth, Elfbird Leather Robe, 2 Giant Rats, 3 Jabbers, 1 Elfbird, 1 more Jabber, another Cave Dragon, a Ruther, a Giant Rat, and another Cave Dragon. Awesome. Well, we might just get our Cave Dragon population purely by stealing all of theirs. Green glass, please. Okay. So we'll circle around the edge here with green glass, which I think will complete our making the tavern really pretty. I don't want to actually reduce the area in here because then we possibly stop getting dance parties, so I think I'm okay with just the 2 artifact stands. We'll add artifacts to the nobles' quarters in the other areas. Aw. I have 2 dogs, Moriarty and Sherlock. Moriarty is a Beagle Basset Pitbull mix that basically looks like a larger, different colored beagle. Sherlock was a bit of a surprise. Got him tested I got both of them tested on genetics at one point. I thought he was like a Basset Beagle mix. He is 50% Basset, 33% Chihuahua, which mostly he's a smaller Basset without the giant ears. a different coloring, but then he does occasionally have some Chihuahua temperament come through. He's very much a one-person dog too. But he is my eldest. Silver Thrones are done. Mayor's ended a mandate. Okay, let's put some more green glass here. Yes, this will look awesome when it's done. Oh, and I need to toss all of the new animals that we're not butchering into the pasture. Where did we go? Over here. Add in, let's see, cave dragons, all of you. Anything else? You guys can all come down here till you are butchered. Yeah, there we go. Yes. You're welcome to hop on my Discord, and then we have the cute animal necessary chat thread that every Discord is required to have. It's got some pictures of Moriarty and Sherlock. And if you have any suggestions or requests for the Dwarf Fortress Fort, you can always post them there. I don't promise to follow them, but I will take a look. This is diorite. Okay. Let's see. So that was finishing up the tavern. The bedrooms are done. We had done the hospital, but it wouldn't necessarily hurt to do another guild hall going on that, but I could whip one of those up pretty quick, so I'm not too worried about us getting one done in time. I want to do some green glass floor in here. Something like this, I believe. And then we'll come in and we'll engrave that later. Is it down like this? Wait, is that not even? No, that's even. Over and over. There we go. Let's see. Just went straight down and then over. And we might do something similar over in this other one. I'm thinking about it, Zelfer. I am thinking I might do that. So I was thinking I kind of want to do one where I intentionally go somewhere without iron, and then we have to like make copper weapons and then get iron from the goblinite and melt it to make our iron stuff, and then get enough to make steel. And that one would not, that'd work well with a military fort, actually. Forge copper ballista arrow. And if I only had them ever making... How would I do that? I guess if I just did leather clothing, leather armor only, until I then had metal stuff. That could work. Okay, we're gonna be working on green glass for a while here. Dump that. Uh-oh. All bronze? That could be interesting, because that, let's see, bronze is, that's copper plus 10 alloy, right? The Forgotten Beast Soar has come. An enormous hairy ribbon worm. It is a square shell and it belches and croaks. Its cornflower hair is short and even. Beware its poisonous gas. Aw, joy. But I like the idea, if I'm gonna do a military fort, that it's one where we scrounge for the metal we can find, but then we're taking the metal we need off our enemies. Yeah, that is also on my list of... I would like to know how to deal with them if I have to. I don't know if I'd want to stream that. That might be a try on my own, maybe just streaming to Discord on the weekend or something. Let's go look at this Forgotten Beast. Is this you? Yes, Soar. You are... look kind of like a blue worm with a shell on your back for some reason. What was your description? An enormous hairy ribbon worm. That makes sense. Square shell and it belches and croaks. It is weak. We like that. It has very good intuition and an ability to read emotions fairly well, but it has quite poor focus. It is a coward, completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted with danger. It finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. It feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. It is stubborn. It can sometimes act without deliberation. It doesn't seek out excitement. It can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. It is often nervous. It tends to be passive in discussions. It doesn't focus on material goods. It tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. It tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Tends not to be swayed by emotional appeals. It is generally quite confident of its abilities when undertaking specific adventures. Nice. Bismuth bronze. That's going off vintage story knowledge, which might not compare to this. That's bismuth and zinc. That's the same in Dwarf Fortress. Have I ever seen bismuth? Bismuthite. I do have some bismuthite. I think this is the one... Is it bismuthite that's actually my absolute favorite, like, chocolatey brown color in the game? You just never find enough of it to do anything. Might make some specialty furniture for nobles out of that, I guess. Mysterious dungeons have divine metals. Isn't that only in adventure mode, though? Leather to goblinite. Ooh. Do like a no metal? That would be hard. Possible with the teach stuff now. Wait, can you even make... Let's see. Warhammer. Those are all metal. Like, you can do crossbows. Are there any other weapons? There's like the obsidian dagger, right? Which I don't even know if dwarves can wield that. Huh. I guess you could just have the couple, like I always bring 2 warhammers with me, but that's because I tend to more often than not play on evil biomes nowadays, and those, especially if they're reanimating, you have to have a blunt weapon, otherwise you're just asking for death. Okay, let's also green glass over here. Same thing this way. No, hang on. Undo. Nope, 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 nope. Cancel. Pause. Cancel removal. Built. There we go. Effect planned. That. There we go. Okay. Green glass. Say we're doing something like this. I mean, everybody does this, but it's very dwarfy. So we'll set that up. And then we'll come in and we'll engrave those later. Once they get placed. But we've got a lot of green glass going on here. I really appreciate that when you engrave the green glass, it's no longer translucent. Like, I like the translucent thing, but I like having a fairly reliable, pretty green color. Because you can just, there's not a reliable green stone, and most of the green stones aren't actually all that pretty. Okay, so they're working on all that. We could start digging. What do we want? I really think I missed the trade caravan from the dwarves last fall. And I think that is screwing us over. Let's grab... Are there any gems or anything around here? Just in there. That's fine. I'll come through and replace those with walls. Let's see. And then the next floor... Doesn't look like it. We haven't done a lot of exploratory mining here. Which we could do. Let's see, where is the bottom? Let's see, we've got some cavern there. So, let's assume... no, there's enough cavern down here, and I would almost bet there's another big chunk of cavern in this area that we're missing. Which I would like to find at some point, but not important right now. Let's set up. I'm gonna use my quick fort commands and scouting to I don't have my normal marks to actually be like, where do I put that? Oh, there it is. There we go. Except that will ruin this part, so get rid of that. Anything else that would be an issue? Doesn't look like it. Okay, and then we'll go down this way. Okay, we'll set up some exploratory mining and then see if there's anything really worth mining out of there. We could use some more gems. We were out of gems, and I have not mined out many to replace the few we did find. But we have so much metal that It's not a big deal anyway, other than if we get a strange mood that's like, oh, I need gems, and we're like, sorry. Can't do. You go all the way down, actually. Here's the other one. And final one. Okay, and then I want to set up. There should be a little area between them. Like right there. Nope. What just happened? Oh, I had it on auto. Yep, that won't work. Okay. And connect those. Connect that. So that should uncover some more like nice metals, some gems, and then we'll go do the auto dig to see what we can grab. Because I don't really have any work for my miners anymore. I don't think I'm even gonna bother with the royal quarters till we can get platinum brought in. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. Take that. And I think this is the last floor of this. Okay. Then I think it's about time. I want to try a pillage on Evil Hatred, but I'm afraid they probably still have cave dragons. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to just keep... Wait, why are we fighting? Who is fighting? Did we just have a tantrum thrown? Smelt tetrahedrite ore. Yep. That's the forgotten beast that keeps getting stuck. I don't know why either. Like, there's no smoke there. Why were you fighting? The dwarven child punches the metalsmith. I think we had a dwarven child throw a tantrum. I was distracted. Attacks the messenger. I forgot I had a messenger. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the dwarf we accidentally hit with a minecart that didn't die. What's your name? Lore Etten Sunib, something like that. You're haggard, but you're not enjoying playing make-believe. Oh god, I think I've got a Cyberk situation on my hands like Thades had. She doesn't feel anything after playing make-believe. She didn't feel anything due to inebriation. She didn't feel anything after seeing a yak bull's dead body. Oh, where do we have a dead... Did our yak bull that was in the display case die? We need to go check on that. Armadillo boar's dead. Where are you seeing all these dead bodies? She feels regretful after throwing something, regretful after starting a fist fight, relieved being near a waterfall, angry dwelling upon getting into an argument, interested remembering learning about furnace operation. I am a little worried about you. Oh, dwarven child. You're almost full grown though. So when you're full grown, if you cause a major issue, we can get rid of you. She's in a constant state of eternal rage after seeing a goblin's dead body all the way back in 104. She's a nervous wreck after seeing a Death Fighter's dead body in 103. That was the Forgotten Divine Retribution we accidentally unleashed. That was so much fun. She is dour as a rule, and she's conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tries to keep her things orderly. She isn't given to flights of fancy. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. She is currently more rude. She is currently more fearless. She's currently more confident. She's currently more shameless. She's currently less private. She's currently more thoughtless. She winks during conversations? What? You're a weirdo. She dreams of creating great work of art, and this dream was realized. Okay, so I don't think you were hit by a minecart. I think you just saw a bunch of death when we were first starting out. You need some therapy. Go talk to the mayor. That's his job. He's our therapist. Who is our mayor? Ism Keskala Boker. Ism, however you want to pronounce that. Lady Mayor. Disdains stoicism, disdains decorum, values peace, disdains elegance, slow to anger, disdains sacrifice. You are a legendary organizer, legendary appraiser, adept record keeper, but you're rusty at that. Why are you rusty at being a record keeper? You are our record keeper person. I think. She felt empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. She felt empathy while being yelled at by an unhappy citizen. You are uneasy after being unable to pray. You can go craft. I'm not stopping you from crafting. Do we have anything that I don't particularly care about the value of the crafted item? Magma glass furnace. Film. I guess just making like glass blocks, does that count as crafting? Because I could set one of these to only allow like novice crafters. I'm not sure if that if making glass stuff counts though. Like I'm sure if you were making the glass windows or something fancy out of glass. But I don't know other than that. Okay, where's our miners? Our miners are not mining. We will see what they can find when they start mining. We do have these 3 injured citizens. Why aren't you in the hospital? But hospital is right here. No, I never made this a hospital. Uh-oh. That would be why you're not in our hospital. I swear I did. Huh. Okay. Yeah, go over to the hospital, injured people. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I'm glad I bothered to check on that. They would have been staying injured for forever. I would have just been ignoring them. Weaponsmithing demonstration. Excellent. Okay. You should be up and around pretty quickly. How are we doing on tombs? We're okay, but not glorious on tombs. So let's get some more cinnabar. Going over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, hopefully we're not going to have a bunch of more bodies, but just in case, it is never a bad idea to have a bunch of extra tombs made up. I like to do tombs. I only do slabs when I actually absolutely have to, which we have had an unfortunate number of slab-only situations. Not super excited about that. A stray jabber has been slaughtered. News and rumors. Do we have any news and rumors about evil hatred? No, we don't. That's annoying. Okay, well, what about our squads? How are you guys? You are mostly all equipped, other than the crossbow people who aren't putting on leather armor for some reason. We're gonna go launch another raid on evil hatred. See how that goes. Let's see, on Monday I will be doing Dwarf Fortress again, so Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central, I do Dwarf Fortress.